Well, good morning, everyone. And I say morning because it is currently 1:54 in the morning. I actually went to bed. Originally we were gonna do this at 3, not 2, but then I wanted to book that real quickly. There we go. Shit, no. No, yeah, we can aim for that actually. Get this through 25, I think. Anyway, I was originally gonna stream this last night at 10, but then I got really tired. So I opted for the bed instead. Then I have woken up and I feel fine for the most part. I do have had a bit of a sore throat, which hopefully some tea can take care of for me. If not, then y'all will know very well about it. Let's get this flight plan generated. I did fix the laptop. So I have that thing back now. Already loaded onto VATSIM at this airport at Bill and Hillary Clinton National. Just filing this flight plan. There's our auto ATC message. Perfect. Alright, and let me just go ahead and open up VATSIM read out real quickly. Got some tea here. Very well prepared for this stream. Let's get this tea going. Before I it's gone. Until it's gone as well. Alright, let's finish making some tea. Go ahead and begin to set up the aircraft. So I've opted for that for the rest of this. We're gonna be in the 772, I think, because kind of done with the 737. Sorry, rusty 737, and then right now I don't have any of the buses set up in terms of the control profiles, and I don't really want to set them up. So anyway, let's get this external power on. Let's get the batteries on. Let's get all the seats and cabin utilities going. Window heat on. Get those lights on. Let's make sure all the strobies and everything are off. Perfect. Good morning to you, ever tuning in. Welcome aboard this aeronaut flight from Clinton National to we're going to New Orleans, I believe. Morning. Just have to work, I see. Yeah, I actually get to make a phone call at 6 a.m. again. Actually, I'm gonna try to make it at 6:45 or at 5:45 actually. Need to add to an order that I had to place, which we should be getting potentially later today. So hopefully they can add to it. At least I'm hoping. Or else I might be in some trouble. Essentially what happened is I'm responsible for ordering our delivery every week, or every few days now, and I forgot they changed the thing up on us, and then I was just completely blindsided by it. They changed up when the order or when the item numbers, and then our software didn't detect it. So I need to this has happened before, right? And I noticed it last time. I was able to fix it last time, but anyway, I did not notice when I had to place it the order yesterday, and I have to make a call and actually make sure that I actually ordered this stuff, or else we might not have anything to sell. Okay, we'll have plenty of others to sell. They changed an order. They changed the number on some chicken. They change the item number, which I should be able to just be able to visually see it and know what it is, but I'm not at that point yet. Only third week on truck duty. So, other way, I have to make that phone call in about 3.5 hours. I'm gonna try to knock out 2 legs before then. Should be fine if I'm. Well, we might be able to pop to go to other stores and borrow some if they don't accept my last minute order, but they are not open right now. Right. Hey Google, stop. That's my alarm for when I was gonna wake up and begin to set the stream. Alright, we can activate that route. So Novgraph apparently has a new feature added into it. Okay, this Novgraph app looks a little bit nicer. Oh, that's nice. Novgraph. There's an update to Novgraph, and it's nice. Right, anyway. We are at the cargo area. We can go and get the performance now, and we do not actually have that long. You know, I want Novgraph to do. I want them to add in some of the features of whatchamacallit, of VAT Spy. I want them to add that into Novgraph, and I also want them to actually be able to add the flight planner sim brief, just create a full-on integration with it, so that I don't have to keep looking between the two. Right. That's what I would like them to do. Right. Our zero fuel weight will automatically calculate thrust limitation. Oh, actually, first off. Well, first off, what runway are we take? G2 left. That works. Actually, no, can I go for G2 right, actually? Yes, I can. Yeah, alright. Departure via 22 right, execute that. And we're gonna have to use GSX something. And that's still really hot. That's the... Okay, I can feel it. It's still really hot. I might be in the market for another 2-in-1 or for an iPad at some point in the near future. Alright. Right. Got that. In terms of our performance data, it's not the longest runway available, or it's not the longest runway in the world. So T2 right. Saying you can do disable for climb, disable flex. Yeah, it's saying we'll be fine though on a flaps 5 takeoff. Takeoff via 5. Get that to calculate automatically for us. Thrust. Oh wait, shit! I got the ideas on right. I did it. I got worded there for a second. All right. Route takeoff. Takeoff. I have to get through it like this. Thrust limitation. To derated takeoff to on it with no selected temp. And then our speeds are going to be 127, 131, 141. Great, perfect. Departure, arrival. Perfect. Let's go and get this wind data, and then we can actually begin to set up the rest of the aircraft, because that's basically it in the FMC. Not bad today. It's really not bad. 390. I think that's it. I think it is up to us for that one. Yeah. Well, yeah. No, we're traveling east to west, or sorry, west to east. So okay. You're off to New Orleans, which has a 10,000-foot runway. Perfect. Alright. Right then, let's take a look at the overhead panel. Let's get this seatbelts on, shall we? You know, let's run through the checklist while we're waiting for all that. You have an off block in 5 minutes. Okay, what are we gonna do in terms of heading? There we go. We'll just go direct set pop. Okay. Let's get these flight directors on then. We're going to go unrestricted climb 390. Okay, and then it's supposed to be 200. That works. Oh no. Oh, wait, I lost it. No, I don't have yet. Parking brake is set. I don't know why it's not detecting it. That is a bug. I always have to override that item. Okay, we can ignore that. Don't need trim here. Let's get these beacons on now. Oh, what's the meter looking like? I know that the visibility's not great. Oh, the visibility's fine actually. 10 statute miles. Surface wind 180 degrees 6. Temperature 1814. Altimeter 3007. Inches of mercury. Cannot wait to be done with the inches of mercury bullshit. Cannot wait. Alright. VNAV, perfect. VNAV will enable now. Perfect. And what is our CTAF frequency right now? So when we were arriving, we didn't have to worry about CTAF. Tower 1187. Get these radios set up. Right. No, I have RAS working again. I got RAS up. I got RAS up again, so this thing should be interesting. Alright, in terms of startup, what am I thinking? Actually, what I'm thinking is, this might not even be worth trying to use GSX for this. What I'm thinking is, we could just make the sharp turn. I mean, that will be enough wingtip clearance, especially since we're just gonna... Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Because I'm thinking it's not even worth it. Alright. Alright, let's get these beacons on. In that case, let me just remove the ground stuff first to start with. Alright. Current connections. Oh, we don't have. Do I not have the AP one? Yeah. Alright, let's get these fuel pumps on then. Let's get the hydraulics on. And look who decides to come and join us. Every single time the second organ reaches a part, he wants to see the takeoff. It's one of those people who join in for the takeoff, then leave for the cruise, and then twist with landing. Alright. Once this AP is available, we don't have to use emergency lights, so now we do. And no need on anti-ice, that's fine. Auto brake RTO, and I'll do the rest in a moment. Alright. Waiting on this APU. Which will know when the AP is available. Perfect. Perfect time. Alright. Clinton National Traffic Area, not 36 Romeo Heavy. Cargo area ramp. Startup in position. Clinton National Traffic. Squawk 7763. I beg your pardon? This is 772, guys, right? This looks like the 772. Let me send David a message real quickly. I might have to switch over to a different aircraft. Shit. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. No, it's my fault. Nope. Not to worry. Not to worry. These are just getting up and running. No, I thought I was getting confused there. I thought I was tripping there. No, I put in for 777 wide body, not a 200 for some reason. Alright. Let's get these taxi lights on then, or turn off lights on. Alright. Clinton National Traffic Area, not 36 Romeo Heavy, gonna taxi now, holding point Foxtrot for runway 22 right via Mike and Foxtrot. Clinton National Traffic. Alright. First, before we do that, let's do our flight controls check. Keep those flaps going. Full down, full up. Check the rudder. Left. Right. Perfect. Tiller's working, then I just want to shut up our fine. Okay. The fact that one of them is working tells me all I need to know. Alright, remove parking, release parking brake. Let's get this APU off. Alright, now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna increase the throttle on that side. And that's what I'm talking about. Not even close. Okay, maybe it was a tad close. Why do I not have my tiller? Oh, I do. Uneven thrust is why. Right, and because we're approaching the runway, let's go ahead and do that. I have to be really careful at this airport because this airport's not properly meant for the 772. Right, flaps 5, please. You're going to 5. Let's see if RAS is opting to work. I have it installed now, and I have it. Clinton National Traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo via Foxtrot, lining up from 922 right. Clinton National Traffic.
Approaching 22 right.
Oh, yes, it is. It is working. Oh, shit. Our takeoff speeds were delayed.
On runway 22 right.
And actually, those numbers are very, very close to the same. Okay. Clinton National Traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo. Stand by, actually. Clinton National Traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo. Takeoff now runway 22 right. Once airborne, direct waypoint, Mike Charlie Bravo. And is going unrestricted climb, flight level 390. Clinton National Traffic. Alright. Thrust set, engine stabilized. Eight knots or pressure.
V1.
V1 and rotate. Pause right gear up. Clinton National Traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy, now airborne, out up to 2 right, currently direct SPOP. Climbing through 2500, climbing now flight level 390, final call on CTAF, Clinton National Traffic. Clinton National Traffic, Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy, now airborne out of 22 right, currently direct SPOP. Passing 3,000, climbing unrestricted now, flight level 390. Final call, Clinton National Traffic. Bit of wind. Autopilot 1 now. Alright. Not a bad little departure now, is it? I mean, not perfect, but fine. This first leg's not actually that long. It's only down to New Orleans. You know what? Saying we should get up to 3.9er. What does the arrival look like again? Trish. Yeah. How that are copying Trish 4 arrival? It's the Trish 1 arrival. Fuck. No, actually, I'm amending altitude up to 250 now. 390. Traffic Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy, amending altitude up to only 250, not 390 traffic. No reason that we shouldn't be able to land at New Orleans. Alright, so for New Orleans, I've been told that New Orleans is a very, very special place. I've never been there. We are going to take the ILS for runway 11. And take that. We're going to take the final for that. In the meantime, we are on the Trish 1 arrival. And you're taking that from Mike Charlie Bravo. Execute that. Perfect. And then in terms of this wind data, I want to quickly grab some fresh wind data. And where's my phone at? I need to take a picture. Load that wind data. Alright. Alright, we are past 10,000. Let's get those lights off. So the plan is we are going to get all the way to San Francisco tonight, or this morning. That's the goal. We're going to get all the way to San Francisco. Our longest leg, I believe, is, I don't think it's the next one, but I think it's the one after. Yeah, it is. So our longest leg of the night is from Houston to Albuquerque. So we're off to New Orleans, then we're off to Houston, then we're off to Albuquerque, then we're off to Vegas and Phoenix, and then San Francisco afterwards. And then tonight, or something, maybe we'll do something else. Maybe we'll do some xplane stuff. Maybe we'll do maybe we'll actually do a Baltimore Heathrow tonight. Don't know yet. But or maybe I'll just take maybe I'll just take the night off, and maybe I won't do anything. I don't know yet. But get to San Francisco tonight or this morning. Might be up until noon, but that's fine. I got the day off, so. I got the day off, so, which I actually had to fight hard for. I had to fight hard for my day off today, which is kind of insane. Alright, so I do actually have a number of things we have to do during today's stream. All of which I have to do later, though. Yeah, I have to call work. I have to make that work phone call. We're gonna design a PSU mount. We're actually gonna work on a 7.7 to check this, I'm thinking. But we might hold off on that. But also, the main thing is I feel like I'm almost ready for my exam with the VAT UK, but I'm not quite. So in a few moments, I'm gonna run across the room, grab the iPad, and then we will, then maybe some of y'all can ask me some questions on it. Maybe I can answer them and you guys get to tell me if I'm correct on all of them. Get to do some little studying. Maybe Clark will tune in. He should be able to help me out. I need to have that done within preferably 8 days so I can tell Fat UK, oh, I am ready for this stream. So, I think I probably need to go over some of the material again. So, right, time to top descent is at 7:50. ETA for New Orleans is 8:13 Zulu, so that gives us 2:26 a.m. It's about 3 a.m. arrival. Goal is going to be airborne bound for Albuquerque. Yeah, that should work. That should work. I didn't make that phone call at a very specific time, and during that time, if we have any ATC, I will disconnect from VATSIM for those units. Should be a very, very quick phone call, but I do need to order those chicken tenders. I need to order about 2 or 3 cases of them, because this idiot didn't do that for some reason yesterday. Anyway, right. Let me go across the room. Let me grab the iPad real quickly, and then we can begin some studying. Or more specifically, I can. Damn, that's hot. And I just... that's a bad cooling system then. On my cord. My cord temps are actually not looking bad on this thing. Seeing average 57, 55, 57, 56, 56. It's actually not horrendous, but damn, it is outputting some heat. Actually, right now they're saying, no. There goes the temps. Grumpy! Need your help. I need Grumpy's or Joanna's help on this. Seeing average of 70s. Going occasionally dipping to 80s. On my laptop. You guys get to tell me, do I need a new laptop? I do have a spare, but not a 2-in-1. How much do iPads go for again? About 400. Shit. I'm trying to get Moza. I'm trying to build my thing. Yeah. Grumpy! May I please summon Grumpy? Mm-mm. Yeah, I've shut this thing down. This thing might be in the shelf point. Great. Yeah, that's the thing I like about iPads. You don't ever have these issues. And for some someone who's using an iPad. And I can definitely feel the airflow coming out. So it's not a airflow excuse. 95. Yeah, those temps are horrendous. Those temps are hideous. Alright, how long till top descent? Top descent is in literally 25 minutes. No, 15 minutes. Alright. Let me go ahead and get this flight loaded up on the iPad then, because since I'm going to be using it. Since I'm going to have to use the iPad for going forward, I think. Good morning to whoever's tuned in. We are back in the, apparently BA thinks they're rusty 772s. I think they're amazing. At the same time, I do get the rusty argument on these 777s. They are nearly 30 years old. Actually, they are 30 years old now. The early ones. Anyway, that UK, I'm gonna have to relog in now. Anyway. Alright, so what I'll do is do one of each quiz, and I'll write down the numbers. Write down the numbers of what I get correct and what I get incorrect. So, air law quiz 1. Take this real quickly. Yeah. Overtaking situation exists. Aircraft. I believe that's. There's an aircraft behind with an angle of. I think it's got that one correct. Alright, to the following scene. That one was not great. 60%. 60% on that one. Airspace. Uh, uh. You have 10 minutes till top time. Yeah, 10 minutes. Bounty did much better on. Alright. That one got 80% on. And that's on module 1. That one was horrendous. Yeah, maybe I do need to do a little extra studying before I take this. Before I take this exam. Alright, we got 6 minutes till top descent. Oh great, and theory module 3. I haven't even finished yet. Damn. But I have it through it. But no, I haven't. Alright, now that one was a 3-question one. Alright, anyway, let's begin our descent, shall we? Because that's literally like 3 minutes out. Alright. So we are taking the ILS. Oh shit, I forgot there was an update I have to do. Alright. Let's see here. So, top descent is in 47 miles. We are on the Trish 1 arrival, because they copied Baltimore for some reason. From Macomb, 110, level Trish, then down to Rayop at 4,000. Though, to be honest, we'll probably go direct from Trish to some other waypoints. We are what is the next one? Vectors to Turtle. And at Turtle, you need to be 4,000. 4,000 level Turtle, and then what's the altimeter, or the meter first? Broken's fine, overcast. Okay. Not too horrendous. For right now, let's proceed. Direct Trish. Begin our descent, shall we? Alright. Down to an altitude of 110. And I'll maintain good speed as well. New Orleans traffic are not 36 Romeo have a beginning descent now. Currently direct Trish descending now to an altitude of 11,000 feet. Traffic. Might be a tad early on this, and then yeah, so we'll maintain. I'll tell you what, we can maintain 310 for now, and then we're gonna go direct from Trish. Let's get a waypoint, or let's tell you what. So Turtle. What's the heading at Turtle, or at Turtle? 106. So if we were to get a heading of 35, actually, yeah, if we were to get a heading of 360 degrees. So what we'll do is we'll throw in a pilot waypoint, right? So Turtle, the heading of 330 degrees, and give me 5 miles from that. Alright. See what that does now? Then we don't have to go radar vectors anymore. Right. See what that does now? That gives us a nice turn right there. Right. 330 degrees is perfect. Actually, that you really can't get any more perfect than that. That's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go direct from turtle and just join that up. Right. I feel like you really cannot get any better than that. Right, so yeah, and then we'll go speed. What is turtle set us up for? 10. Surely it's gonna be 10 mile final. 12 mile final. So go speed 200 at turtle with an altitude of 4,000. And I can execute that. And then at re-op, go, yeah, 240, that's fine. Actually, to be honest, we'll go direct from... Yeah, actually, yeah, that'll work. That'll work. No, actually, I'm gonna quickly... Actually, I'm gonna quickly throw this into knowledge base. And just be crystal clear, if you wanted it, like, minus, well, actually, yeah, well, that's, so, and then, yeah, so that's, like, miles right there, so, actually, you know, I'm just gonna throw that in, because that works for both the 737 and the, 777. Let me just verify that this works. So let's say when that's just for the sake of argument, right? Right. So then I were to put that after that, right?
Altimeter setting.
Thank you. What's the altimeter? 3017. I have RAS configured it a little bit differently. Okay, let's quickly take a look at this. Alright. Go lay down, bud. Alright. Back over to this, shall we? Alright, do it. Actually, let's just proceed direct. Turtle 1. And yeah. Alright. New Orleans traffic are not 36 Romeo. Heavy descending now to, reducing now speed 250 knots, descending now to an altitude of 4,000 feet. Currently direct to a pilot waypoint from Turtle, that is 5 miles on heading 330 degrees. Once again descending now to an altitude of 4,000 feet. New Orleans traffic. Notice we are about to pass below 10,000. We do have a 10,000 foot runway here, so we can go Waterberg 2. Alright, perfect. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and attempt one of those quizzes again. Actually, what's the tower frequency? Tower is gonna be 1195. Also known as the CTAF frequency. Alright, let's go ahead and attempt. That. Again, okay. Module 3. Principles of Flight Quiz. By the way, if anyone wants any good studying tips, I'm not great at school, but keep quizzing yourself, and eventually you'll get it. And I like these VAT UK quizzes because these VAT UK quizzes are, they keep giving you different questions, right? And if you need to, go back and sit and do the study material we can. Captain ready noted. Right. Great. So, and then if you keep getting them wrong, maybe you actually need to go back and look at the material again. So. Performance. Rotate. Yeah, those are. Here's the air temperature. I'm curious about something. Number 16 now for the pilot one. Which means I really need to get this theory exam done and passed. Alright. The good thing is that we are level 4,000 now. I'm gonna look for the field in sight. Probably right behind the cloud, to be honest. The dead tape reckon 100, though we do got roughly 30 miles to touchdown. So what we can do now, direct turtle. There we go. New Orleans traffic around 36 Romeo, heavy turning at direct turtle. Current speed 250 knots in about 5 miles, we will, or in about 10 miles, we will reduce to speed 180 knots, and then once established, we will maintain speed 160 knots until Fort Amy, New Orleans traffic. I get to make that phone call in 3 hours, so I feel like we should be airborne and bound for Albuquerque. I'm gonna try to time the Albuquerque leg be perfectly timed, so that way whilst I'm in the cruise, I can make that phone call. So I didn't make that phone call because this guy fucked up earlier. Okay, I didn't. Okay, I did fuck up, but at the same time, I didn't fuck up. Because what happened is the item number keeps changing for an item, and I did my count of it right, and I forgot to adjust, and I forgot to keep in mind that what was on my sheet of stuff of shit to order and shit that I had to go around the shop and take a look at. That stuff, right? That sheet has the outdated number still, and so I went to look around. Right, I completely forgot about it. Right, I put in the numbers right. I completely forgot about it. Completely forgot to go and find out what the new number was. And either way, now I have to make a phone call ordering this shit. Ordering some extra chicken. We're cleared for the approach. New Orleans traffic here, not 36 Romeo, reducing now speed 180 knots. New Orleans traffic. And currently 5 mile final, or currently 5 miles from turning final for the Alice approach runway 10 New Orleans traffic. Anyway, before I get into trouble, I want to make that phone call. I might still get in trouble, but whatever. So at least I can't say I didn't try to rectify the situation, which I should be able to. Call them at 5:30 or at 5:45, 6. Tell them, hey, look, I forgot to order some stuff. Need to get this order in ASAP, please. And I think it's just on these trips at all. But during the next day, I'll go around. I won't go around the shop, but I'll take a look at the order and I'll just verify that that's the only thing I need. I think there were a few other things that I was a bit iffy on, and decided not to for some reason on a few things, but I want to kind of considering going around or just ordering 2 extra things. Just mad at it. I get to place another order Friday, so should be fine. And the one that I have to place Friday will we'll get Sunday, so just gotta get everything to last Sunday. All right, New Orleans traffic here, not 36 Romeo, turning final now on May 10. Switching seat to frequency now 119.500. New Orleans traffic. Get the glide slip, get the gear down, take more flaps. Speed now 160. New Orleans traffic here, not 36 Romeo, heavy turning final now on May 11. We got roughly 13 miles to run. Reducing speed now 160 knots until 4 mile final. New Orleans traffic. Did say overcast at 100. So that said, though, this is looking very much Cat 3, ain't it? It's looking very, very much Cat 3. Alright, lights are on, good, flaps full. Those, get your down, auto brake set. Good. And I forgot I don't have the view. As of 15 minutes ago, new altimeter actually 3015. Overcast overcast 25, Brooklyn 10. So we should be fine, but gotta keep that in mind. Oh, what's the borrow real quickly? 203.
2500.
Noted. New Orleans traffic are not 36 Romeo heavy, 7.5 miles out now, or a 11. And New Orleans traffic. Can we have a wind 130 degrees? 8. Alright, lights are on, good. I don't have the runway inside still. Great. Visibility is not 10 statute miles, though. Visibility is definitely not 10 statute miles. Do we need a Cat 3 this, actually? Would a Cat 3 approach be something decent? Oh, okay, well, I got their field insight now. Final approach speed is 130. 135 to 6 knots. New Orleans traffic are not 36 Romeo heavy now. 3-mile final runway 11. New Orleans traffic. And in terms of vacating, yeah, we can vacate at the end. Which one do I want to go?
1000.
We'll vacate. We'll vacate left. Alright. Take this over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls.
Approaching. 1. 1.
In case you're around, I'll just flat pattern.
500.
Noted. I'm a tad low.
400.
I'll go off the ILS. Final call, New Orleans traffic, Air 36 Romeo, landing runway 11. Final call, New Orleans traffic. Tad high.
Approaching minimums.
Continue approach. Wait.
200. Minimums.
Continue.
100. 50. 30. 20. 10.
Not bad. I mean, that approach could have been about 15,000 times better. Welcome to New Orleans. could go over there, or we could go over there. I'm gonna go over here just because of the taxiway. New Orleans traffic, you're not 360 now clear the runway, taxiing to stand choice at our discretion. New Orleans traffic. Welcome to New Orleans. Though if that approach is proper, that would have been a bit of a go round. No. Let's just hold here. Parking brake set. AP running. Alright. Got those. Actually, no, I want to keep those guys on. Go right there for a second. Got really worried there for a second. AP running, perfect. .43, I beg your pardon? Oh shit, forgot the strobes. We have to redo that whole leg. Damn it, we have to redo that whole fucking leg. Damn it. Let's get back on the ground, shall we? Strobe, that was my fault. You thought we were 7 meters off center line. We were not 7 meters off center line. We were not 7 meters off center line. Now that's where I'm certain. Damn, we have to redo that whole leg. That's annoying. Well, better a smaller leg than a longer leg. Ah, that sucks. We were not 7 meters off center line, though. I knew that much. You can just go ahead and get everything on real quickly. Alright. Let me go ahead. That pissed me off. In that case, we will not get to San Francisco tonight. And we still had a loss. Okay. The strobe side did. Again, the strobe side did genuinely forget. Okay. That Austin line landing was not that bad. Get that on. Alright. Well, it shouldn't really matter. Oh. Ah, that annoys me. Oh, you have to redo it. All right. Alright, request. Damn it. Except, yeah, that's the thing. We were not. Yeah, that's an hour long. That's an hour wasted. In that case, actually. Well, at least the next leg's a little shorter. 5 minutes. Damn, that really pissed me off. We were not 7 meters off center line, and we would be fine without the strobes. Actually, let me look at this again, because we were surely not. At least I didn't think we were 7 meters off center line. Yet clearly, News Guy thought we were. Okay, News Guy did actually think we were 7 meters off center line. They did actually think we were. Let me take a look at what YouTube thought we were, as I have a minute. Let's take a look at what I thought we were. Actually. Yeah, no, we were definitely not 7 meters off center line. At least I didn't think we were. And apologies for keep hitting this. Either way, we have to redo the leg no matter what now. Because I did forget the strobies. I will give... Before I forget the strobies again. Let's just get everything on now, actually. We will not have anything in the centers. Yeah, let's get these engines started now, actually. Then I'll put in this performance out, and then we can get out of here really quickly. I know. 7763. Yeah, we were definitely not 7 meters off center line. Yet News Guy did think we were, so... And then combining that with the strobes. Ouch. Damn, today, the past 24 hours have just really not been it. Because work was horrendous today. Take off. 127. Yeah, ouch. No. Still waiting on the, still waiting on that. 250, execute that. Flight director's on LNAV. Oh, shit, we can't do that. Yep. 250. Alright. What's the altimeter again? 3007. Clinton National Traffic, Air 36 Remy, back with everyone. Taxiing holding point Foxtrot for 22 right via Mike and Foxtrot. Traffic. Shit. What was the frequency again? Clinton National Traffic, you're not 36 Remy Heavy, back with everyone. Taxiing now, holding point Foxtrot for my 22 right via Mike and Foxtrot. Clinton National Traffic. Alright, let me actually verify everything gets on this time. Strobies. Okay, good. Everything's on. So if we have an off-center line landing, it's fine, but as long as you don't make it up that badly. I'll give it maybe 3 or 4. We were not 7 meters off center line. How do we go RTO? Alright, I'm not gonna wait this time. This time I'm not gonna wait. I'm gonna get back airborne. Because I do have to make that phone call, and I'd rather do it whilst we're in the air than not. Then whilst we're on the ground. We should still be fine to get there in time, but there's a slight possibility. Clinton National Traffic, you're not 36 Romeo, take off now runway 22 right, straight out to 3 miles, up to 3,000, unrestricted climb up to 250, Clinton National Traffic. Alright, set.
V1.
Rotate. International traffic, Air 36 Romeo, heavy now airborne again. Passing 160, climbing now flight level 250. Sorry, passing 2200. Now, Gears up, flaps are away, good. Clinton National Traffic, Air 036 Romeo back to airborne. Passing 2800, climbing now flight 1250. Clinton National Traffic. And that's like really annoying because that was not 7 meters off center line. At all. But hey, New Sky has its own maps apparently. New Sky has its own maps. Alright, ILS. Good, try this in real quickly. ILS runway 11. Trish 1. Oh. There we go. New Sky has its own maps apparently, and apparently doesn't judge runway. But that would have been fine. Alright, passing 10,000 because I'm a lazy bum. See under pressure. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Maybe we're not going to do this because I keep making mistakes. Maybe we'll do this tonight. I never booked the New Sky flight. That's what happened. Which means it's all, you know what? Yeah, let's not do this instead. Let's not do this. How about some X-plane stuff? Because clearly I'm not having a good day. Yeah, clearly I'm not having a good day at all, so... Yeah, how about let's not do that. Because I don't want to take off for a third time right now. Okay, in that case, let's close New Sky. Alright. I think I still need a KPHX map enhancement. Let's see. In that case, let's not do that because clearly I'm still messing up. Could not find file. I beg your pardon? That's because it is not there, actually. That would explain why. That would explain why. It still needs to generate some files. And apparently this idiot hasn't launched xplane yet. But yeah, let's not do that then, because I forgot to start New Sky. Or I didn't forget to start New Sky. I forgot the flight altogether in New Sky. And that's the only way it counts. Alright. I am waiting for this to pop up over here. And there we go. Now the scenery pack's not ionized there. It's taking a minute. No, actually, what was also used? People have also suggested to me auto ortho. Or ortho. XM12. People have also suggested ortho. Let's delete all that. Alright. Let's see here. Ortho 4XP. When is this?
Hey there, it's Austin Meyer, author of X-Plane.
Skip intro. Alright. Let's see here. Alright, James, I could use your help here. That's stupid. When was this? That's updated. So. Everything fine with the stream. Okay. Come on now. Go ahead and give it that a second to run. I find it interesting how Microsoft still hasn't changed that screen. Install instructions. Okay. Windows. Download and install Python. Okay. Great. Great. All right. If I'm not mistaken. All right. How do we install pip? All right. Let's see here. Nope. Python. Great. Let's see. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Wonder if that was the issue. Oh, it is. Perfect. I'm gonna close that now. All right. Let's see here. Oh wait. When did- Let's see your binary. Let's see. There we go. You know what? Let's just use xplane map enhancement. That seems a bit hard. I love how it didn't even. I love that. X plane map enhancement. Yes. Great. Well, you know, maybe we'll just live with it. Maybe we'll just live with it. Just love how it crashes yet again. X-plane map enhancement. Yes. Fine. I beg your pardon. Very, very annoying. Custom scenery. Yes. Wait. There it is. Alright, this might take a minute. No, wait, we don't need the overlays. Alright. In that case, we might do a few minutes studying because this gonna take a minute. Or actually, in the meantime, what we'll do is get everything else that we need for X-plane. So that's actually I have a folder of everything I need, right? I do. Did that include the SIBO? It did. Okay. What I need is Bluebell model matching. Alright, we need bluebell model matching. So this finishes everything. Which... yeah. Okay, I need that, and then... I need a good livery. Alright, give me that, and then I need xPilot. Download that. Okay. This is actually... this might not take that long, actually. Because I've already done most of the work, so... I'm seeing a lot of mismatched hashes. Okay. Then I know we have to reconfigure the scenery.ini, but we'll do that once everything else downloaded. Once we have everything else installed. Then we get to have the fun of remapping all the throttle stuff. And I'm broke until tonight, so that's fun. How long do I make that phone call? 2 hours? 2 hours. And then, then I have to add the Novograph integrations. Actually, we can probably do the Novograph. Let's add the same link. Integration real quickly, actually. Okay, and then in terms of the xplane stuff, there's a bunch of stuff we need to okay. I'm gonna actually real quickly do. Give me that. I think you've already done all the SimHaven stuff. Just need those. Better push back, yes. Those. Alright, and then I don't yet, I think. So what I need to do is I need to grab. I need to go to Navigraph. And you'll see why I need to go to Navigraph. Downloads. We need to get the data manager for xplane. Great. Let me just give y'all that view whilst I do this. Alright, done. Done on that front. Alright, we might have to run some of these before. In the meantime, on this front, this is almost done. And then, oh wait, in the meantime, I guess what we can do is... Okay, is there a way with Windows? So I need to extract all of this, right? Is there a way just to extract all of it? Because that does that and that only. That works, I guess. Let's see here. I got... Wait, what? Wait, what? Let me just verify everything's in there. Yeah. Then what I can do is chuck all that in the bin. Chuck all that in the bin. You know, actually, what I'm gonna do real quickly is I'm gonna... Oh shit! I also need to install this. Oh shit! It's gonna create a bunch of extra windows. Not what I need. You. Not that I really need that. You know, actually, is there like a logo for this? because I could kind of use some logo or a logo being replaced. It's not detecting xplane. Maybe I need to run it inside of the xplane. Xplane connected. All right. What's this looking like? All right. I need to run to the restroom real quickly. I'll be right back. Back. All right. Let's see here. This is 74% the way complete right now. In the meantime, what we can continue to do is, here's what we'll do. Throw me that side, and then throw me another bullshit folder on that side, and then, or you know what? Actually, maybe that's better. That's better if I were to do that, right? So what we need to do is now this might take a minute. Yeah, that's 10 gigs of files right there. At that speed as well. Ouch. Ouch. Guitar automatically extend. Oh, that's I know why. Sure, just okay. 7 minutes to do that. That's not bad considering how much stress that drive is under. If I was smart, I'd reboot everything, but I'm not smart. Is there any good freeware? Are there any good freeware buses aside from the Aerogenesis one? Because I would kind of like to do that, and not a 737, or not a rusty 737 shit G, right? I would kind of prefer to do. I don't know. Are there any good free buses for xplane? the C star. $22,000. The modeling of this doesn't look great, but actually that modeling looks pretty horrendous. Not gonna lie. No, I think I'm gonna pass out on that. I think I'm gonna pass out on that, to be honest. All right, this is 75% complete. This will still take a minute. I think the reason that's taking an extra minute is because I'm still copying files over. Then we get to figure out how or where to put everything. Then we get to begin mapping everything. Maybe if I'm lucky, maybe I can be airborne by the time I need to make that phone call. If not, what I'm gonna end up doing is I'm gonna not cut off the. Depends actually. Very much depends. I make that phone call in about an hour and a half. Yeah, I need to make that phone call in about an hour and a half, something like that. Don't know if we're gonna be up in the air within an hour and a half, but I might have to. I do need to make that phone call though, even if that means I have to end the very short stream. We've only been at this for 2 hours and 15 minutes. Could do a tad bit of 3D modeling. I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know the best course of action there. So the Aerogenesis 330 is shit with with my experience. Based on the last time I tried the Aerogenesis A330, it was absolute dog shit. So I'll wait to purchase that for another few days. We might end the stream off. We might have to end the stream off at 5:40ish. You said you need to make that phone call, and then outside of that, I don't really have another plan. Or I'll have to at least pause the stream, I think. So I will need the computer during that phone call. So you pull up the numbers. What should I do? What's the plan of action there? Gumby's probably working on this thing right now. Maybe we'll do maybe I'll just pause the stream while I make that phone call, and hopefully it doesn't take any longer than about 5 to 10 minutes. Which it shouldn't, but okay. Got everything. We got all that stuff going now. Well, first off, fly with Luna. Where does this need to go? Fly with Luna. Actually, no. Always. Installation. This needs to go into... Okay, that goes into plugins. Here, what do? Xplane 12. I'll put plugins. Fly with Luna goes into plugins. I don't need that anymore. All right. Auto DGF. This goes resource plugins. Get that. Tab. I think this goes into. Just love how you have to half these you have to open up a manual for. This goes. I think this goes into plugins, if not too mistaken. I think at last time I threw it into plugins as well. I'm just gonna throw it into plugins. Okay. Trainer radar. I'm guessing plugins. All right, plugins. Okay. RAS documentation. Okay, installation. That goes into plugins, as expected. All right, RAS goes into plugins. All right. Xplane map enhancement is 81% complete. All right. Now the Zebo, I know this goes into resources, aircraft, or aircraft. Laminar research. And I know that goes into that. And then for the livery, for my BA livery. Oh, not need most of those liveries, should be crystal clear. Alright, then I did get Xpilot right. Not seeing it in the Xplane stuff order, I don't think, anyway. Oh, that explain why. Yes. Next. Accept. Alright. Bum 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 bum. Fine. 82% complete. Yes, I would like to configure this real quickly. Apologies, everyone. I have to go over here again. microphone device will be that and or yeah. Here's what I can do real quickly. Nope. Back in position where I can do that. Alright. Alright. Audio. Okay. Let's see here. Microphone calibration. Microphone calibration. Okay. Is that good? Is that good? Is that good? How about now? How about now? Is that good? Here, actually, let me just actually go ahead and set it on, then we can tell. Alright, is that good? Not really. Let's add a bit more to it. Is that better now? Nope, not really. Okay, what about now? How about now? Aeronaut 36 Romeo Heavy. How about now? How about now? That's good. Actually, that's actually like a really cool feature, having the microphone calibration. That's actually like a really cool feature, to be honest. I mean, maybe they should actually add that to the idiots. Microphones and require like some form of microphone calibration when you connect up to VATSIM. Maybe that would be a cool little thing, right? Or maybe they'll require like some form of microphone calibration like every time you have to adjust the setting, and then like maybe like every time you have to or maybe like let's say every 10 times to start up xPilot or want to connect to VATSIM, they forced you to do some form of microphone calibration, unless you opt to go text only. That'd probably piss a lot of people off, but that'd also probably be a not bad idea. For being honest, anyway. I was explaining map enhancement looking. We're not gonna be airborne by the time I have to make that phone call. Just to say it. It's still working in North America. And it said it would automatically configure the INI file. Let me send a grumpy message. You have to make that phone call in an hour and a half. So then after that, I have infinite amount of time. Someone's late to me for getting strobes. Alright. So we have 84% complete on this front. The good thing is that it's not far from being done. So, alright. Anything else we need for xplane? So yeah, the Zebo. Oh, wait. Did I install Global Force? I don't know if I did. I don't know if I did install Global Force. I did. I did good. Yeah, let's actually not forget about that. Since apparently it needs it. We could do a bit of channel stuff. Because well, just while we wait. And I do have a thing that we have to that I still have to make. Let's see here. Still 84% complete. I think you said send with Europe. It's 84% complete still. Okay. So when we do eventually get airborne, next plane, what we'll do is we'll go. I'm thinking we'll get. Should we go Heathrow to Eddie or Eddie to Heathrow? That's the question. Or no. No, what we'll do is we'll go Heathrow to, or shall we like really risk it? Shall we like really risk it and do this on VATSIM and with New Sky? I think Roby's about to tune in and say no. Yeah, no. Let's go. If the weather at Bristol is good. Oh no, Bristol's not. No. Any good for your scenery for X-Plane? Let's see here. Anything for here? Let's take a look. DMW. Let's look here. Any good freeware sceneries for anything that I might want to fly in? There's Portugal. Brazil. Maybe we'll go Boston to Baltimore. Oh, it's currently dark out. Oh, maybe. Or is there a good London City one? Here, tell you what. No, nothing free throw. What about Bristol? Nope. Boston. Okay, someone said that there was a good Boston. Yeah, someone said that there was a decent Boston one. Yeah. Be good to find out what Boston actually looks like. Yeah, let's go Boston actually. And then what about Bristol? Actually, there's a good Bristol. Albeit it's not perfect. I mean, wrong, it's not perfect. But, I mean, looks like it'll do the job for Bristol, for good old Bristol. What about the clouds? There's no one has a good cloud on. Okay, explain better clouds. Let's take a look at this. What does this look like? Because that is my one issue with xplane. The clouds are not great. Actually, none of the scenery is looking great. That looks better than it was. Yeah, why not? Oh, xplane map enhancement's almost done. It's almost done. It's 99% the way there. And obviously we're not going to get airborne by the time we are ready to... By the time I have to make that phone call. And I have to make that phone call in an hour and 20 minutes approximately. And I'm... why do I have an extra computer? And I have an iPad that will give me the information I need. So... I do need to make that phone call though. So... And is Q officially gone? He might be. Yeah, like... That means out on the schedule all this week. Or he is, but only Saturday. Damn. Good guy to first lose. Alright. Xplane map enhancement is almost done. So what we can do is... I think I'll wait off on everything else. We'll just launch Xplane, begin to set up some of the controls, keep getting the Zebo, getting the rusty Zebo. Nice. Yeah, I want to. Come on, system. Okay, what's killing everything? What's killing everything? Nothing. Scan. Yeah, let's make sure we get an area cycle that works, please. Yeah, let's make sure to get an area cycle that actually works, please, because I need it. Yeah, let's go into Xplane and not have to quit it again until I'm ready. And do I have to make that phone call? Which I'll make. Maybe we should make a custom banner for me. I have to make that phone call. Good. Very good. Now it's going to launch xplane, but it's going to launch on the wrong screen. That's one of the things we have to configure. And you configure it to go into the correct screen. Bum, 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 bum. Starting application. Alright. First things first. Settings. No, let's see here. Graphics. Used. There we go. There we go. We got that part on. And then let's see here. For right now, I'm going to turn off Fats Image, just so you don't see that annoying bar. Right, and then what I want is I want 1080p. Where is it? 1920. I wish there was a way to limit it even further. I wish there was a way to limit it even further. Okay. All right. Done. New flight. Customize that. Should have that one. All right, let's go off to... What airport should we go off to? Let's go off to Eddie. Let's go off to Eddie. And... yeah. Go ignore that for right now. All right, let's get in the Zebo 737. Got roughly an hour. We can work on setting everything up for, and then we'll yeah, I got roughly an hour that we can work on setting everything up for, and then I need to make that phone call in about an hour and 10 minutes or so. Because this boy fucked up. Okay, I fucked up, but I do have a reasonable excuse for it. I was looking at the chicken, right? We have multiple different types of chicken, right? I was looking at the SKU numbers because I can't really tell the difference. Or I was looking at the item numbers. Right. I didn't see the correct one on the on my iPad there, right? But I saw we had, then I completely forgot. Oh, we have this box here that is actually this item. Didn't even register in my head when I did it. Didn't even register in my head. So I do actually need to adjust that in the sheet because they keep sending us. They keep sending us the wrong, so what our supplier usually sometimes does is they'll send us this, right? Or they'll send us, we'll order one item, right? But then they'll substitute it, right? And that substitute will sometimes have a different number on it. A different item. We call it SKU number. It's item number. Same thing. That keeps happening whenever we order tenders, right? Which we have to order tenders pretty much every day, right? Tenders are one of our more popular items, but we keep what's the word? Yeah, they keep substituting it, right? And so it doesn't register in my head, right? Last time, or last week, they told me that I had to manually put it in, right? I remember last week, right? Didn't remember last Thursday, or I didn't remember Saturday, which means and I didn't remember yesterday, so I have to leave a note for myself whenever I do it. Yeah, I actually need to get like an aircraft checklist, something like that. Yeah, it doesn't register in my head though. This item that this different item number is this item, right? It just straight up does not recognize my head. So now I have to redo it, or now I have to make the phone call. So yeah, I need to understand. I have to make that phone call at 6. Right. And I looked last night and it did not automatically order any. It did not, which is even more annoying. So. What's happening here? What's happening here? Alright. Joystick. Or ignore. Next. What's happening with the views? Finish. Okay. This, fine. Cat 3. Next. Finish. Finish done. Alright. This. That was the issue. Next. Next. Let that do that. Finish that. Alright. This. Time to calibrate these. What does mean those other 2 axes? I think those are the only axes I need to worry about. Oh, I know what's happening. I know what's happening. Finish. I'll do a side view and I'll once again turn off that image. Next. Okay. Do all this. Finish. All right. And then the rest of this axis we can ignore because they don't exist. I find it interesting what Thrustmaster does with this. Right. So instead of just adding the axis on the yoke, what they've done is they'll program the yoke to register it as a new device. It's kind of annoying. Okay, let's take a look. That sensitivity is a bit rough. Shift 3, 4. Welcome to Edinburgh. Welcome to Edinburgh. First off, it does appear that maybe Global Force is maybe doing something. I can't tell. Cannot tell if Global Force is doing anything or not. All right. Shift 1, 3. All right. Let's take a look here. Here in the Zebo, the sensitivity is I'll get used to it. Zebo texturing looks fine, to be honest. All right. Okay, it doesn't look the best, but okay. So nothing works. That's inverted. That's our throttle right now. That's our flat lever. This does nothing. That does nothing. The aircraft is on. And everything looks not great. Okay, let's deal with the visuals first, shall we? General. Graphics. Cloud quality ultra. Okay, rendering distance high. Draw those. Okay. Then also give me extra. Give me 75 degrees of view. Then disable anti-aliasing. Done. And the reason that we disable that is because I have found in the past that has made some of the textures a bit not great, a bit blurry, especially on the screens. That'll take a minute. Alright, let's twiddle this dial a little. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, now the only downside to doing that is that you can kind of see the bit of the markings on everything, but that's fine for right now. Okay. First things first. This. I need to come in here and I need to do a few things. Okay. Love it. Alright. Morning, Joanna. I was gonna work on the USA tour, but then I got an 8.41 for forgetting the strobe, forgetting the strobes, and then an option line landing. So that didn't go well. Decided not to do any more MSFO stuff, and then I have a phone call I have to make in an hour, but that'll only take 5 minutes. But anyway, and then I forgot New Sky on the takeoff to redo that leg, and I was like, no, not gonna do that. Alright, this getting annoying. All good, all good. Alright, okay, this view stuff's getting annoying. Actually, tell you what, there's a better way to do this. I'm going to unmatch everything. By the way, this is an area that maybe Microsoft should learn from, having an actually decent menu. Yeah, I have, and I have to make a phone call because I screwed up at work yesterday. Okay, I didn't screw up. Something slipped my mind. I have to make a phone call and order some extra stuff. It was the bloody people who we order our stuff from. They changed one of the item numbers and I didn't notice. So, do nothing. Apply. Do nothing. Yeah. Oh, yesterday was horrendous. Because we were slow and then we were busy and then we were slow again. And I was not the idiot in charge yesterday. And he's the one who is, in my opinion, incompetent. Yeah, I'm hoping as well because I can't do many more days of this. At least I got today off. Well, kind of. I have to make that phone call and then that's it. Okay, this is a little annoying, but do nothing. By the way, this is one of 5 controls I have to do all this shit with. Do oh, you're finally on the okay. Let me know when you do that final leg, because you do it on VATS and you probably won't have any HEC. But that final leg is incredible. I'll happily do that with you. That final leg is, I mean, when I say that views do not beat what you get on that approach, it's a bit of a challenging approach, but the views are completely worth it. But yeah, let me know when you do that, like, because I will happily do that with you, and I think Grumpy will do it with you as well. Do nothing. Make sure that's throttle simulated. Okay. Well, arguably, Gatwick I find is always I actually find Gatwick quite challenging most days. And I know that's weird to say, but I do find Gatwick challenging most days. I don't think I've ever had a decent landing at Gatwick. Either that I get too high, or I get too low, or the approach is unstable. I don't think I've ever had a decent landing at Gatwick. And then on the descent, I always get too low on that. I've had HEC tell me, You're below the minimum safe value. All good, all good. No need to. No, that one's a fun one though. That pull tour, I'm very happy I did it when I did. Okay, let's see here. X. Pitch down. Actually, that's fine. And then I don't need that. Do. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I actually have a set date now that I'm actually going to finish the pull. Or come Friday night, and I'm done. On the USA tour. Come Friday night, and I'm done. I was able to get a controller. I was able to get a controller for the USA tour. Good friend of mine. He's going to be controlling Honolulu. And that'll be it. And I don't need any of that extra section. Actually, this morning I was gonna get all the way to San Francisco. So, but I'm not. Get to do that. That might actually take me 2 days now. Get to do that tonight. You see how many things have. Oh, okay. You know what? Is there a way to actually? Is there just manage profiles? Actually, create. Yeah, actually, let me just do that for now. Nice. Yeah, I think my next project is gonna be, which I might do the next week because $4,000 has been paid now. But I think I'm gonna do next week at some point. I should get a day off. I'm actually gonna build my shell. Okay, now this. Landing gear up. And just go ahead and do the ones that I need. Landing gear down. So what's 19? That's bullshit. Do nothing. Do nothing on that. What I'll do is I'll then what's what again? Yeah, I don't have the Moza yet, so I can't offer any advice, unfortunately. Moza, after I build my shell, Moza's gonna be on that list, or I'll begin to get the stuff for the Moza. That's gonna take two or three paychecks. Wait, what? No, not being an idiot. was about to say, is there like a secret button here? Yeah, Moza. I haven't. I can't see anything with Moza because I have not used it. This do nothing, and then one. Actually, this I do. Oh, no, because that's gonna change actually. And done. All right, done on that front. Then this. That's fine. I think that's it. Wait, what? Oh wait. Yeah, I don't think to be honest, I barely know what you're talking about. So, all right. So, what's this annoying box? Oh, I know what this annoying box is. It's 100 pounds for an adapter. Ouch. Ouch. All right. Okay. So we're in the rusty 737 because that's the only aircraft that I have right now. Or I do have an A330, but it's absolute shit. I'm gonna check this real quickly. That's on. Yeah, I don't know why you do that to yourself. I don't know why you do that to yourself. Right. So what I need to do here is I need to reset cold and dark. But I also want I don't want just cold and dark. Oh, fair. Fair. No, wait. Manage aircraft. No. Load autosave flight. Nope, don't need that. Quick save, or no. I'm confused. Maybe you could help me out here? And why did that just begin? Why did this just begin to buzz? Right. Let's see. Manage. Nope, that's not what I don't want to do. This button. No, I'm trying just to get back to cold and dark. That's the thing. And having that not as your home button is annoying. Customize. General config, maybe. Cold and dark. Wait, I think there's a setting I have to deal with first. General. Can disable that. General, maybe, or is it? I don't know. Once again, I don't know why this is being so stupid with this. Then again, this is a freeware aircraft. It's supposedly the best. Right. Yeah. Let's see. General config. That's Right, where's the nope. I feel like I was just in it as well. Customize. Nope. Not in there. Wait. Reset those. You know, for right now, let's just work on the controls because I'm not gonna get anywhere without these controls. And I have to assign a weird thing for these controls. All right, now Microsoft gets to learn here because the way that they do this here is perfect. All right, this here is my yaw axis. Might have to reverse it, don't know. Then this here is my right toe brake. I want to reverse that one. Okay, that yaw should work fine. And this here will be my left toe brake. And I have to reverse that one. That is the rudder done. And Microsoft can learn from it. What the hell? The bloody things. Oh, the engine. Oh, that's right. The engines are on. And James did. I remember having to do something about this earlier. General. Yeah, it is. It is that easier than MSFS. And these menus don't have any of the bullshit animations that you don't need. All right. So this here needs to be pitch. All right. Then that there can be yaw. Right, pitch and yaw. Oh wait, no, not yaw. Roll, idiot. So now if I were to take a look at this, there you go. Now, this is where things might get a little bit more complicated. Wrong one, need this. Alright, so axis 3 is my throttle. So what I need to do is throttle 1, and then 4 is throttle 2. But I need to add a response curve. Actually, I'm really happy that these engines are running right now. Because what I need to do is I need to add reversers. Okay. So right there, that is, you can do a linear curve. So idle. Okay, what's this one? I can get rid of that one. And great, I have to reverse these. Right, add a response curve. All right, now these here are so much better than actually I think it's that. Yeah. All right, so max continuous thrust. That's perfect. Then that one I don't need. No, actually, no, that's I need that. Oh, this is gonna take an extra minute to figure out. Okay, that's perfect. Where's idle at? Idle can go to there. I don't need that point. Then, no, actually, for this I might want to. For this, I am gonna enable the detents. I don't need that point. That's at this point, though. I need that point. And then I can go full reverse. Okay. That's idle. Perfect. So now if I were to look at this, why is that not doing it correctly? This parking brake set, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's not doing that correctly. This might have to. I might have to use this instead. All right. Wait. I'm reversing. That can go. That's toga. Climb thrust. I don't get that. I don't need max continuous thrust. Great. That I don't need. That I don't need. Yeah, in reverse. Well, it should be. Yeah, it's better. It's at least better. It's at least better. Because, especially in the triple right now, I only have 100% reverse thrust. Though that said, though, I don't know if it's... Actually, you're not wrong. James had to walk... Or, I had spent... If I remember correctly, I had to spend loads of time doing it. Throw 2 and edit that. When you're... No. Reverse. Add response curve. Max continuous thrust. Okay, I don't... No. Yeah, I know it is, but then you can't... But then it's really hard to do stuff when you have the detents, so is the issue. Or when the reversers share the same axis, especially in the 777, you can't... There's no way to do that other than do some fancy shit in the menu, which is annoying. It's not help that I had to move the computer when I did that reinstall. Okay. So yeah, that we have idle. We can get rid of that. We can get rid of that. This should all be linear. Then we have that. And we have full reverse. Oh wait, I know what's going on. I think I know. I think I see what's going on now. And not helpful, that just did that to me. This just needs to go like that. Alright, let's see if that has done it. It has. It has. Alright, so whatever I just... I'm sorry, what? What's this error? I'm sorry, what's happening? That's not anything important that's crashing. Right now I'm going to ignore that because I don't know what that's doing. Alright. So what did I do to that? Okay, this needs full reverse beta idle and alpha. Okay. Ah, I see the issue on this one. Alright, idle needs to be there. Then the beta, and then that crossover point needs to be there. Full reverse. There we go. Now that should work appropriately. There we go. There we go. That is so much easier than in Microsoft, especially with the PMDGs, which actually one of my feature requests for PMDG is to actually add a way to do that because it's annoying. Alright, time to deal with the flaps, and I actually have to think about the flaps on this because I will have to assign a custom curve. I only have 5 flap detents, but this aircraft has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, 9 different flap settings, which is annoying. So, actually, let me note everything down on this front. So when it comes to the flaps 5. So I need no flaps 5. Give me 15, 30, and 40. Yeah, give me those for this then. And the reason that I want 30 is because you can. It is common to land the 737 in with flaps 30. All right, what axis is that again? Axis 7. Flaps. Hard flap detents. In here. Okay. Let's see. Alright. That's so that we have 40, 25. Is there a way to Alright, that's 10, I think. Then I think that'll be 2. Yeah, and then up. Okay. So we do have a curve that we have to do. Alright. I do wish this was a tad easier, but I do understand it. Wait, what? Why is that not the same? Why is that not the same distance? 31. Oh, wait, I don't know why that's not the same distance. So what'll that give me? What, like, that gives me 2. Again. Alright, so... Gives me 10. So, in that case, I need flaps 5 to be in between the current 2 D10s. So I need that to be 3, 6 then. Or... Okay, what? That... That's not very helpful. Alright, I might have to ask James about this. Okay, for right now, I at least know, at least have a note of the flap settings on there. Okay. What is it? You got the gear. You got that. Alright, time for the ground spoilers. And I have 25 minutes before I have to make that phone call. Speed breaks. And I do have to, where are we going? No. Alright. So with button 38, that's arm, or... I might need to add a tad dead in right there. Yeah, let me add a slight dead to that. Let me add, okay. Done. Wait, what? Yeah, there's a D10 right there, right? Didn't you not add it? There's only one issue with Boeing flap settings. Or there's only one issue with these. Okay, oh great. I put it down and it does it. Okay, that's the issue. Is there maybe a setting in here that I can use? Hardware. Yeah, no seal access. I do have that on. Okay. Railway pad. No. I don't know. I did it last time. Right now, I'm just gonna live with the way it is because I don't really know the best way to do it. Alright. Parking brake time. This should be an easy one. Edit. Set parking brake. And then this is release parking. Needs to be release parking brake. And I forgot. In this, it's different in this. Let me do something that's not advised real quickly. Just so I don't go running into a cliff. Or into the field over there. Yeah, that didn't do it. Set parking. Alright, in that case, maybe a toggle. This is... there would be an even easier one, or a way to do this. Maybe I just need to sign that for both. There we go. That's actually working better than it works in the Troll. Alright. Now this next one should be easy. Time for this. Let's see. There's Rotor. And I think I have to reverse it as well. That's because I do. There we go. And look at this, we're able to taxi around now. You're ready. Then we could possibly take off, but I'm not going to do that yet. For right now, let's see how awful this scenery is. Let's see if whatchamacallit did anything. If Global Force did anything. I don't think Global Force. Well, it might have actually. Global Force might have actually done it. Might have actually done something. Yeah, actually it did, because the last time I was looking there, and I was looking over there, and I didn't see any trees, but there are trees now. Now, if only we could get some grass. If only we could get a grass add-on and get everything to look a little less sharp. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. But the flight physics, though, are spot on. The thing you have to remember, it's not a, it's a flight model. It's a flight model with some views attached, attached to it. It's not a, it's not like Microsoft, where Microsoft's really more of a map than or it's a map. Microsoft's a map with a flight model attached to it, not the opposite. I'm not taking off. I'm just gonna speed down this runway.
80 knots.
Why does this feel better than the 737 from TMSG? Oh wait, that's because it does.
80 knots.
Maybe when I get back from making that phone call, I can maybe we can actually do a flight from Eddie to not Bristol, but maybe Gatwick. Maybe I can try that again. The graphics, there are some things I could try. I'm gonna turn that off. try that. I feel like that made next to no difference. Developer. View. FPS. No, that's not what I want. Developer. Where is it? There's a way to see the FPS, and I forget where it is. View. I forget where it is, but there's a way to see the FPS. That's what I want. Thought it was in developer, which it might still be. Nope. Let's turn that off. Where is it? View. I forget where this is. Wonder if it's over here actually. Use vsync, that can go on. And then actually I want there to be a way to let's see. I wish there was a way to mess around with these a bit more. Aside from 60 and 75 and 100. My mod drop rate's at 75, but I want it to run at 40. On a cap at about 35. So, wait, there's 1920 by 1080. That doesn't change the hertz though. Maybe it does. Why can I not look around now? You get that messed around with that. So let's not do that then. Maybe it's in here? Nope. Alright. Help me find it. Because it's... Show text... No. Test recorder. But I don't need that. That's not what I'm looking for. There's a way just to monitor the FPS and just like overlay it like up here. It's not that. That's flight. Yeah, if there's a way to improve some of the FPS, then that'd be good. You know, in the meantime. Oh, great. I'll have to, that's something I have to deal with later. Actually, well, in the meantime, I try to search for that. I got to make that call in 10 minutes. Edit. That's one of the nice things about xplane that I don't have to deal with. Having to remap the push to talk button every single time that I literally every single time that I have to switch between Airbus or Boeing. And that can be ignored. So I'll have xPilot up the way I had it before. Oh, there is one button that I have to deal with real quickly. Why is that server? Okay. No, that needs to be. Autopilot. That's not the correct button. There we go. That's the correct button. Alright, so I got the engines mapped, I got the yoke mapped, got that mapped, got that kind of mapped, got the flaps mapped. Alright, I'll have to deal with the views in a moment. But before I do that, what was I going to look for? What was I going to look for? I was going to get in the settings and see if I can't try to get this thing looking a little tad bit better. Shadow quality can get high. Cloud quality, actually clouds might go off because I found an add-on. Don't want to do anything with anti-aliasing because I found that it had issues last time. Right, what if I were to increase that to max? I feel like that might. I can't tell if that made a difference or not, actually. Right, 5 minutes. I have to go for 10. Alright. In that case, let's get back into stand. Having this is nice. Nice. I have one of those HOTAS things in the closet. That's what I started out with. I was mainly flying the Dreamliner back then because I was too broke to afford anything else, and I didn't want to put any money towards anything. Actually, all that, everything considered, I actually, it wasn't that long ago that I was using it. was only about a year and a half ago. But then I got the Thrustmaster stuff, and that was worth every penny. And then Wing Control, or when Wing came out with this, then I bought this. Put my pre-order in very, very early on. I put my pre-order in for this the second I could. Alright, now I noticed that brass didn't work. That's though. You should have something else here. Alright, that's parked here for right now. Pay attention to this, which is actually nice to have. Alright. There are a few things I want to map for before I go off. What I need to do though. Okay, let's get that AP running and then I can map these. Oh, actually, no, I can map those now. I can actually map these in here. Wrong area. Alright. Mixture 1 idle. Line then. Mixture 1 cutoff. Why did it do it to... Why on earth did it do it to number 2? I don't know why it did it to number 2. No, wait. I see why. Engine 1 mixture cutoff. Done. And then at least I got that. That is nice having it in a 737. It's time to do the other one, and then I have to make that phone call. Which should only take me about 10 minutes. Button 2. There's a mixture idle. And then button 3. Wait, what? Yep. Then button 3. Mixture cutoff. Alright. That's looking fine. Alright. I will be back in hopefully about 10 minutes. Hopefully it doesn't take me any longer than that. I'm going to leave the stream running. Join if anyone else tunes in. Can you just tell them I'm on a phone call right now? Back. And success. Success. Very, very easy phone call. Very, very easy phone call. Just had to call them up. Or just tell them store number and So now we will not run out of tenders. And tomorrow when I go to, or Friday when I go to order more, I'll make sure to actually do my job correctly. Alright. Let's back out of xplane for a moment. Well, actually, yeah, let's back out of xplane for a moment. Let's restart it. Oh, great. I was gonna do the, oh, whatever. I have to do it through xplane map enhancement. Oh yeah, I will give xplane credit. They know how to do aviation very well. All right, new flight. Settings. Nope. New flight. Where is it? Okay. There's a setting somewhere. Aha! There it is. There it is. All right, and actually, is there? Whatever. That's fine. All right. Yeah, and then we'll get everything set up. Then we'll go into VATSIM and both of those you can ignore because those will never need to be dealt with. Look at David's message in the Boeing tips chat. Alright. So, actually, before we do anything, or here's what we'll do. Here's what the plan will be. We'll get the Zebo. We'll deal with all the views. So I need one for the overhead. I need one external one. I need one main pilot one. And then I also need some wing views. Which I don't know if I'm gonna get those, unfortunately. And then what I'll do is map the CSL files. So deal with this right there, and then we'll hop on VATSIM and do everything. All right. Let's quickly deal with the views. Which views. Shade. Okay, circle. No. All right. Then nope. Aha. Save. All right. Memorize. Go. Control-Shift-1 is what I'm thinking. Control-Shift-1. Control Shift 2. Control Shift 3. Control Shift 4. And then Control Shift 5 for the sake of it. Alright. And then go to these. Shit. I did not do that correctly. I did not do that correctly. Oh, whatever. Alright. Now I need to move view left. Alright. What? How do I get it to go down? Go down. Or do I need to do this first? Okay, that'll work. That will work. And then I can, of course, adjust it. So Control Shift 1. All right. In that case, can we get some external power? Ground surfaces, ground power. Get those going. Batteries on. And that'll just help me out with these screens, right? And then when I go to do this... Wait, what? Right, then when I go to do this... Actually, that right there is fine. For a view. Control Shift 2. And actually, I really like that as a view because with the 737, right? The 737 is a small aircraft. Can't really see much out of it. Well, it kind of feels a little cramped. Not that I've ever flown on a 737. I've flown on the BA. Actually, the first ever Airbus that I flew on was the BA Retro A319. All right. And then, how do I get to the external view again? Shift. That'll be Shift 4 actually. Shift 4. And actually, you know, actually, let me just edit that. So that's where you get your that's where you get it. That's where you get your love for the A320. Okay, right here. This doesn't look that horrendous. Could it look better? Yes. But right here, this specific view right here, that doesn't look too bad. But then the second you begin to do that, it looks a little bit more out of date. Alright. let's map some of these. Joystick. I need to map this. Oh, you worked in aerospace for 10 years. Damn. Nice. Where is it? Nope. Yoke. That I want to be set to custom. View. Go to save. I think I have it. No, there's 2 actually. Why done? All right. And by the way, I just saw your message. The delay is not that bad today. It is taking me a minute to even focus here. It is taking me a minute to read messages in chat. That's all right. Maintenance repair organization. Interesting. You know, so down in Virginia, I guess probably about an hour away, or maybe 2 hours. There is actually an aviation maintenance school, which if stuff doesn't go well for me on Sunday, I might look into. All right. Actually, and then I just need a custom. Yeah. I've been told it's good. The question is to work at Heathrow or to work wherever I want to work on. In the UK, will I need to go and get an engineering degree? That's the bigger question. Oh, now that's smooth. That's smooth now. I like that. Someone get on the phone with James. I'm about to do it. My first flight and X-plane in a while. Alright, and I'm gonna go risky here. We're gonna do it on Phantom, but we have the disconnect button if we need it. Nice. Alright, plugins. No. Yep, settings. Alright, let's see. CSL configuration. You know, before I do that, damn, that sounds brutal. Alright, before I do that, what I need to do is I need to come over here. Alright. I'm gonna warn everyone. These textures are 100% horrendous. Alright, new folder. You know, actually, I'm gonna rename that something more useful. I'll put. Or no, wrong areas. Plain stuff. So all these need to come over here. Actually, what's even worse. That. I have to take out all of these. I have to take out all of these. have to put these. Surely there must have been an easier way to do this. Repaints. Right. Nice. yeah. I kind of get offended by all the gold. I actually really don't like the gold. I actually genuinely do not like any of the gold. I find gold to be really ugly. Let's see. Yeah, exactly. I gotta CSLs. Place. So many of these. Bowing 2. CSLs. Plate. Sure. Bowing 3. You know what? I'm gonna redo all this. I'm gonna redo all that. I saw the zip files, right? I have all these. So I had to copy them over. Okay. CSLs. Here's what we're gonna do. What we'll do is we'll get all these and then we'll do the repaints later. Okay, CSLs. Yeah, that can all go in there. Heli. Okay, those can now go in there. GA. This is a much better way to do this. You're having to fly it. Good. Oh, nice. Alright, I don't need heli, I need jets. Okay, when I connect to VATSIM, which I'll do once I restart xplane again, once I get all these CSLs configured, prepare to be disgusted, because that's the way it's going to be. And be prepared to be even more disgusted, because none of the virtual airlines are in. So so it's like none of these aeronaut liveries, we don't have those on xplane. Even when we do get into FSLTL, it's like we do not have any of those on xplane. And they're all going to look as if they were from FS 2000, I think. Actually, before I do that, let me just make sure. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know we aren't. Alright. Now those 15 can get replaced. Alright, now I can go ahead and come over here and tell this. Alright. let's quit that, and then we'll go ahead and get back on the ground to Eddie, and then we'll fly it from like Eddie to Heathrow or something like that. No, my iPad's across the room again. Let me grab the iPad as well. Oh, sorry. All right. Let's get back into xplane. And I have to launch it through xplane map enhancement for some reason. Alright. New flight from Eddie. Let me go ahead and just verify that no one's in our stand. I'm not going to do this on New Sky because that'd be stupid. I didn't we'll verify that in a moment. Yep, Eddie's looking relatively calm right now. So if we were to, we'll be clear for that stand. Alright. Yep. Yeah, we're not going to use Newscat for this. With that said, though, the last time, if it wasn't for the crashes that I had last time, which I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't had any yet. Hopefully, I can begin to use it. And last time, when I was, last time before the crashes, I was really close to using it with the New Sky. I was really close. I was quite confident, but the bloody crashes did it, and I blame the crashes on those. Or so far, I'm blaming the crashes on Windows being corrupted, this is one extra reason that I reinstalled Windows last week, because I was having issues with xplane, and the only reasonable thing that I would have thought, because no one else, everyone puts xplane for some reason. Nearly everyone puts xplane on a separate drive. So the only reason that I could figure was Windows being corrupted. All right. We might. All right. Let me just verify that pushback is Did I not install toolbar pushback or the pushback add-on? I did not. Damn it. 1 second now. Before we get in here, I need a way to push back. That does not involve starting up the engines and doing reverse thrust like I just did. Let's see. Explain stuff. That was me. Explain that was not anyone else. Better pushback. Extract. Oh wait. Damn it! I already did it. I already extracted it. All right. Explain. Explain 12. Explain 12. Plugins. Resources. Plugins. Just drag over it. Better pushback. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, once I can confirm. Okay. Xplane, you crashed because I told you to crash. That's what happened. You can ignore everything, Xplane. Confirm. Start flight. I've already configured XPilot, including doing with the microphone and everything else. No, actually, one thing that I actually like about XPilot that maybe that they might want to deal with Microsoft or with the vPilot. They actually force you to do a calibration of your microphone to make sure that you're not going to be too loud. Now it's up to you to where you think that calibration should be, but they do force you to at least do some form of calibration. Alright, let me just verify that. Better push back. Why are you running? Why are you gonna run in safe mode? Alright, you know, let me go ahead and restart you one more time so you don't have to run in safe mode. No, thanks. Actually, let me go ahead and close out XPlane map enhancement as well. Yes. No, thanks. No need for safe mode, XPlane. No need for safe mode. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and get this flight plan ready. Sim brief. New flight. XNO 36 Romeo. Depart. Eddie arrive in Gatwick. $737. Oh, I don't have a. I have to do it through here. I haven't installed a SimBrief downloader yet. I forgot you can't. There's no direct SimBrief integration here. You have to actually manually upload the file to the aircraft. I'll generate it here, and then I'll just come in here and download it. Prefile VATSIM. Yeah, there is no direct SimBrief integration with the Zibo. You have to manually download the files, and then you can do it. And then you can upload it to the aircraft as if it was real life. Come on now. I don't want to touch it while just doing it. Just thinking because they have had crashes in the past because of that. There we go. There we go, and now I know that door pushback is actually working. Or better pushback. Preferences. Hide the magic squares. Save preferences. And why are you not gonna? Okay, fine. I'll do it through here. Is anyone else having issues with VATSIM right now? Oh, there we go. There we go. Flight plan, downloads, Zebo. Download that. I need to go into the Zebo folder and... Actually, no, what I need to do is, edit folder. Leave flight plans. Now I can drag and drop it in there. And then that'll tell, and I'll go ahead and tell this thing. Alright. Ground services, ground power, connect. X pilot. Settings, miscellaneous. I already did the CSLs. I don't know why it's wanting to annoy me for that. Plugins. Xpilot. Settings. And why are you not allowing me to connect? CSL can okay, enabled. Why is this not allowing it? Maybe could someone with a bit of X-plane experience might be able to help me, maybe? Network. Great. Don't really want to do this restart for one more time, but at the same time I might have to. No, hang on. Let me just look up a guide for this because this is broken. Okay. Okay. If you can call it. No, don't need to do that. And why is it? Why won't this not allow me to connect? General. I might have to restart this one more time because that's being weird. Alright, in that case, let me go ahead and quit this and I'll open up xPilot before. Oh. You know what, let's just get in the air. We'll do it off fat sim. Let's just get in the air. Say it. Alright, we got the ground power. What is all fat sim then? And I'll figure out another day. Maybe I'll ask for James' help on it. Alright, battery's on. Alright. Let's get out of here then. Once again, why on earth would they do that? It's so stupid. I mean, I know that you have a nice big home button right there, but why on earth would you put the home button right there? Annoying. That's what it is. Alright. Let's see. Roots. Oh wait, it's... No, I put it... Damn it. We have to... make some rust fruit. And 12 output. Aha. So now if I were to go in here. Well, actually, I forgot. This thing will automatically find it. Alright, put it in it. Can copy all this information over. Root. You can actually request this. And it should automatically, it should get it now. I have to put in a some information though. Load. Oh, look at that. There we go. There we go. Now, I did update the nav data before I did this, which means it should be fine. Saying Gotham 1 Charlie. I'm not using I'm sorry, I'm not using 2-4, I'm using 0-6 with a 6 knot tailwind. Alright. Edinburgh. Some 1 delta. Alright. Remain 0-6, Gotham 1 Delta. Alright. You can activate that actually. Performance init. Can request that performance data now. Oh, you also have to do this. Alright, so what are we taking? And you actually have to look at the PDF on this one. Alright, so in terms of our numbers, so our payload so our zero fuel weight's going to be 60. Oh, wait. Damn it. Settings. General kilos, thank you. Fuel balance payload. So our zero fuel weight is going to be 60.4. Which means our total payload is going to be 18.1. Alright. Okay, perfect. And then for fuel, I'm bringing, give me 9.2 for fuel. Tells me a number between, not saying we should bring 9.0, but our max is 9.2. We'll bring 9.4. We'll bring 9.2. Right. Fuel. Did it actually apply the fuel? I can't tell if it did. I think it did. Call fuel truck. In the meantime, I can load that. How long until iris alignment? Just aligning. Okay, so, alright, that's not very helpful. In the meantime, we can get the AP one. Joanna, don't you just love how the only freeware aircraft that's actually decent is a 737? I would much prefer an A320, please. Don't you just love it? Love how it's like the one of the most complicated aircraft to fly. Okay, there is the Aerogenesis A330-300, but I have used it and it is absolute bullshit, or absolute dog shit. Right. In the meantime, what's the most recent QNH? 1021. Alright. Then, so the reserves, another thing I have to look at the PDF for. FinRes. FinRes fuel. 10.10.8. Wait, no, actually, no, 1.1, actually. Excuse that. Alright. Then in terms of takeoff data, rocket. Edinburgh 06. I can go flaps 10. Yep, I got it. Alright.
Flaps flight deck fuel is all loaded up and you are good to go.
Thank you. Alright. No assumed temp. No improved climb. It's a theory to take off though. Flaps 10. That automatically calculates. Oh, nice. That's our line now. Those numbers are spot on. Don't ever get that in the other aircraft, or in the PNG. That on. All right. let's set up the flight director. Flight director's on. Altitude. What am I going up to? 350. You know what? No, I'm gonna go up to 2. I'll go up to 260 actually. Or no, 270. I won't go up to 350 at all. No reason to. To 270. Alright, let's get the wind. Yeah. Oh, wait, this thing, I don't think you can get wind in this thing. Nope. Acres? Nope. That's all fine. Alright, we need to set up the overhead panel. So our landing altitude is 100, and then our cruising is going to be... Let's get that APU on, that APU bleed on. Let's get the packs on for right now. And those need to get at wing logo on. Going up to 270. Let's get that on. Yaw dampener on. Let's get all this heat on. That should be on both. All right. Oh, great. That needs. That's another thing I need to fix. General. Alright, hopefully I don't have to do that anymore. Alright, initial heading. What's the initial heading? Or what's the runway heading actually? Yeah. Eddie is spot on usually. So 060 degrees. And then our initial speed 300 or sorry 160, of course of 060 degrees. LNAV, VNAV on. Alright. I think I'm ready for pushback now. Alright, emergency lights, quickly deal with those. Alright. Need to turn off the packs. Don't need that. Won't need that for starting the engines. That's auto. Good. Semi power. Perfect. Yaw dampener on. Alright. I'm not on VATSIM because it's not working for some reason. Because this is not working. Didn't even allow me to connect for some reason, which I think is because it's not detecting the CSL models. That's what I think is happening. Either way, we're not gonna do this on Vetson. So yeah, it's not detecting the CSO models. I'm gonna have to worry about it later. I want to get the airborne. And you know, maybe it's for the better. All right, we got that. All right, better pushback. Replan. Take the realism of GSX, but also
cockpit. Plan acknowledge. Call me through the menu when you're ready.
the realism of GSX, but having the ease of use of toolbar pushback. So do I. So do I. Ground services.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
There's actually an alternative to GSX, which I have both. I have both GSX and this installed. Toolbar pushback for Microsoft is really good if you're in a hurry and if you don't want to deal with GSX's bullshit. So yeah, no, you don't have any of this stupid waiting you have to do. Just pre-plan it, request it.
Some doors are still opened or the GPU or the ASU are still connected.
Oh great.
I'm waiting for all of them closed and disconnected, then I will proceed.
Oh great. Doors. Wait, what? What's the button that I used again to, what's the button I used again to... Okay, it's, what I thought, but it's not doing it. It's not doing it for some reason.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect. Set parking brake.
Braking brake set. Put this on. Oh yeah, gotta remap that. Gotta remap that. All right, come on now. It is doing it.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake. Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
We'll take number 4. We'll take number 1 first. Hopefully I can actually do this correctly the first time. I have had some practice with the 737 since then, so I shouldn't have any issue with doing it correctly this time. And I do have a checklist if I need to. Perhaps maybe help if I would get that on. Wait, what? Why did that engine just quit? APU bleeds on, right? Unless that is that engine started. That might be a bug. Is that switch the fuel pumps on there?
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, I did it somewhat correct this time. Nice. All good to disconnect. What's your issue now?
Tow is disconnected. The bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Don't know why it. Oh, it might actually be simulating where it gets to M2, where the N2 has to actually get there to a certain level. Nope. What's it doing then? Did I miss something? Why is it? This is me not. This is. Why is it? I mean, I got one. Yeah, I'll go ahead and fully shut down number 2 now. That does it. Because I haven't done anything with the blades or anything like that. There we go. There we go. Alright, time for a flight controls check. Alright, time for a flight controls check. The flaps full up, full down, full left, full right, rudder set, rudder checked, so steering's looking fine. You just verify that all those are correct. Taxi and turn off lights on, switch that. Alright, we need engines to continuous. APU bleed off. Packs to auto. Set flaps for takeoff now. Alright, let's actually get this thing off the ground, shall we? The 737 does. Trust the 777's so much better. I gotta get my hands on a 777. Now, this is the default airport. The default airports are about 15,000 times better than the non-default ones, or than the default ones in Microsoft. So they're all usable. I mean, you don't really need to add extra scenery unless you want what looks to be a tad bit better. Alright, flaps are 10, correct? Yeah, they are. Good. Get all the lights on, get the strobies on. The APU off, got the audio dampener on, all the hydraulics on. What's the temperature again? 9. Oh, that's fine. Auto brake to RTO. You can arm the auto throttle. There should be a toga button somewhere. If not, I might have to map one. Because the toga will, the way that, whatchamacallit actually did it, really well, they actually hit it in a screw. But toga will get the flight directors on, tell you how much to rotate. That might be a button I have to map. Alright. Sir, please tell me there's some hidden button somewhere for this, which I don't think there is, but okay. At least it's marked there, so I can at least apply the correct thrust. Alright. Let's see. Let me chuck that over here. Just right now. So PMDG actually hit the toga button in a screw, which I liked. Thought that was very, very smart of them. Alright. Good for takeoff.
80 knots.
80 knots. Pressure relieved.
V1 retained. Positive rate.
You're up.
$400.
Noted.
$1,000.
All right. Oh, the G-loaded camera is much better as well. You actually feel as if you're taking off. You actually feel as if you're actually flying. Yeah, I don't know if it distorts your view a little bit or what it does, but it actually feels as if you're flying. I don't know what it does, but it makes the feel. Alright, tell you what. So the gear now needs to go to the off position. I like them because it adds realism. With that said, though, when you fly through a storm, it is impossible to do anything else. Alright, clear direct to Gotham. Actually, no, clear direct nav, so continue the turn. Alright, flaps are all the way, good. Let's actually make a decent landing at Gatwick this time. Don't know why the why it doesn't want to go to circle view. Fair. Okay. Yeah, that is a good point. That does add extra realism. So. I will happily take some extra realism. Alright, cabin out. Get cabin pressure, that's looking fine. Right, you know, I'm actually going to do real quickly. Where is it? There we go. There we go. Straight as if it was out of 2010, I think. Straight as if it was out of 2010, I think. Alright, flaps are away. Good. Gears off. Good. Alright, let's hope we don't get a hypoxia here because I'm awful on this thing. But I think I would have. I think the cabin. Yeah, the cabin pressure is not 0. So it's fine. And everything is set up correctly then. Yeah, it is a little dated, but that's it. It didn't look that, all things considered, without explaining that standard, that's not horrendous. Is that class got down there?
Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelt sign will be switched off shortly. However, for own safety, we recommend it.
I was not aware that it did.
In case of any unexpected turbulence. We have an excellent team on board today, and we are all happy to offer any assistance you may require throughout the flight.
I was not aware of that. Of those cabin announcements, but okay. Alright, what are we? That's been Gatwick and. Not intentional to spin the trim. Right, when are we estimating Gatwick? 12:43, so that is 12:14. Oh wait, no, that's top descent. Do you even know what we're landing at? What direction we're landing at? Gatwick, that'll be 08, right? No doubt about that. What approach? ILS from Willow, but we won't do Willow. Alright, we'll take the ILS from Willow. It is Dist 1 Golf. The Dist 1 Golf for Gatwick, then ILS 0 right via Willow, but we won't do that. Dist 1 Golf. I forgot. SimBrief automatically fills that information. Kind of annoying, but whatever. Alright, James is about to be jealous. Alright, James is about to be really jealous. Alright. Those can go. Those can get off of continuous. Actually, didn't they? I didn't go on. Oh, great. That's another stupid thing. I thought he was. I thought he was. Yeah, I actually told him that I actually asked him if maybe he could help me out with some of the xplane stuff. But then he said Thursday afternoon, which is tomorrow afternoon, which is really like that's like my bedtime. It's like, and tomorrow I do have a shift, so I do have a shift tomorrow, which it's gonna be quite annoying because it's the same idiot who was in charge yesterday. It's gonna be in charge tomorrow. It's going to be really annoying. Flying lights off, turn off lights off, taxi lights off. Oh. Oh, I see where you're... I don't know if he'd be that bad, but he did. We cannot look past the fact that he did cost the virtual airline $1 million a few weeks back. Cannot look past that. What? Yeah, I was gonna shift tomorrow. Tomorrow. Oh yeah, tomorrow I have a leadership meeting. So it's 4 to close. Or sorry, 2 to close. Oh, that's gonna be annoying. Don't know how well that meeting is gonna go. It's the first time that we've actually had a proper leadership meeting in a very, very, very long time. No, we're not gonna let him. We're not gonna let him forget about that one. And he did it in an A3900, which I tend to actually like. Speaking of the A3900, I may or may not buy that for xplane tomorrow. I may or may not do that. I don't know yet. We'll see how much my paycheck is. Standard pumps are out now. That's fine. Look at this. I actually got this thing up in the air correctly. Yep. Yeah, well, there's no rush. There's no rush. They just sucked out the nearly $4,000 out of my bank account yesterday, so that was fun to see my bank account get drained in preparation for Sunday. It was really annoying as well because I've told them the hours that they can call me. They can call me anytime between 1 and 3. If they miss that window, they're not going to get in contact with me because of my insane schedule. Right. What time did they decide to call me? 4 on the dot. And they called and they said, "Hey, if you don't pay up today, we're gonna have to give your appointment to someone else." It's like, really? I told you guys for it's so annoying. And I had to tell them, "Okay, you can run the card now." It's like, okay. And they ran it, and very annoying. And what's even more annoying is that I have to be up at freaking 7 a.m. on a Sunday. Be up at 7 a.m. to go to Rockville, which is about an hour south of here. And that includes driving through some DC traffic. Fortunately, I do know where it is, because there's a micro center. I don't think you guys have micro centers over there in the UK, but there is a micro center over in that vicinity, which I have been to in the past, and there are actually a few times now. So at least that's good news. At least I know the area a tad. Alright, think Newegg for PC bits, but a physical store. Freaking amazing. Been there multiple times in the past. I built my PC off Amazon, but I did not, but I built other computers from Micro Center in the past, so.
Onboard computer showing an on-time arrival, no ATC delays either. We're going to stay quiet up here, have you enjoy the flight and the service. Once again, welcome aboard.
Alright, what is our descent looking like? Because descent is at 12:44. Actually, here's the thing I want to do before I do that. I'm gonna go direct from Kiddly to Fox to Charlie Fox 08, right? That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, that's gonna be quite a shortcut. That's gonna mess around with everything. That means that's gonna update our top descent as well. So what is it at Kiddly? So whatever it is at Kiddly, I'm gonna just no. I want to play 100 at Kiddly. $250 and then 100. And then at Disty, we can go 150 at Disty. Damn. Alright, top descent now is in 20 minutes. You know, I'm going to look to see how this thing does with the VNAV. In the past, I think I've had success with VNAV in this thing. In the 737 from Team to G, that VNAV system's not bad. But when it comes to the 777, that VNAV system's not the best. Right, you know, I feel like I can do now. That's gonna be annoying. There's gotta be a fast way of doing this. You know what? No, I'll figure it out later. I was gonna set up those wing views, but it's gonna take forever. Oh, the classic warranty scam. The classic warranty scam, I see. Do you need extended warranty? No, I don't. That's nice. I can my hands cut for whilst we go all the way to the back, so I can set up these views very, very slowly, because for some reason some of the buttons aren't working. Oh, I can understand. I can understand. I can completely understand. Right, we get to see how good these models in here in the cap are. Oh, look, there's one of the things that David needs. Or he needs another one of them. I don't drink coffee anymore. So I cannot give an opinion for coffee. Just in the first aisle. That's all we're in right now. Just in the first aisle. The good thing is that we do have a few minutes before our descent. Oh, there's a built-in replay tool which I really like. So I can... I'll show you that. So you can actually judge your landings correctly. You can actually look at your landings instead of having to do it through a weird Microsoft Flight Sim way. Yep, I understand. Okay, these seats. Why do these seats look modeled better than the rest of the aircraft? Actually, those seats look really comfortable. Actually. I need to build myself a new chair at some point in the future. Don't know when I'm gonna build myself a new chair. But not in the, surely not in the cabin. I mean, even those seats look not bad. We're still gun, by the way. Only for we're not even at the wing part. We're not even at the wings. It's been 3 minutes. Hopefully we can actually get this done within 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, fair. Though actually, the seats in the seats in the PMTG don't look as good as this. I don't think. That may just be my personal opinion, but these seats don't look as good. I mean, actually have the updated seats. They actually included the updated seats. With the updated screens. I don't know why they're in a 737, but they actually included the correct seats. The back of these are the way that BAs look right now. Well, some of BAs with the modern screen. So I tend to agree with you. Well, look at that, we got the wing kind of in sight. Oh, you can't see it because of that being in the wrong place. I'm trying to get a decent flaps view. Trying to get a decent flaps view, then we can go back up there. in singular button press. Exactly. Yeah, okay. I can understand why they'd want to do like some of the stuff at like the windows and stuff, but come on, guys. Just overlay an image on it because no one's gonna care. What people care about is that the scenery looks decent, but what people, yeah, that's obvious. But people much more prefer, are the buildings the correct shape? Are the ground markings correct? Do the buildings look not bad, right? Not bad, not default, but better than default. But they don't have to be perfect, right? Are the taxiways and runways correct though? Do they have appropriate texturing? Does all the ground crew that needs to be there? Is that stuff there? That's what people care about with the sceneries. Alright, almost. Almost. Oh yes, that as well. That as well. You know, I'm gonna go back one more row of seats, I think. I'm gonna go back one more row of seats. Now, if I were to pivot like that. Drop down like that. Butt up against this window as far as I possibly can. Alright. Add it again, but this time we're not going that far. Just need the flap views. I like to note that my flaps are actually extended correctly. And I also kind of like to see the ground as we begin to get lower on the approach. Someone really needs to go out there and make true pappies, because that's getting annoying with Microsoft. Can someone actually add the proper flight dynamics of Microsoft? And can someone actually be able to make it so every default airport is decent? Great. Oh, I haven't done it yet. I have not. No, not great. This is going to delay us ever so slightly. Alright, edit. Views. Alright, you should have... Actually, that should be 4. Or, sorry, that should be 5. Oh, perfect. Oh, perfect. Perfect. That's precisely what I wanted. That is precisely what I wanted. Alright. Alright, we're almost ready for our descent. In terms of the weather right now at Gatwick. Oh, great. Our first landing at Gatwick in a very long time might actually be a Cat 3. 500 meters, or sorry, 5,000 meters visibility. Wonderful. Well, I say that. So it's view at 9. Okay, in that case, I'll prepare for Cat 2. How about that? So I do want to experience the landing again. Alright, radio altimeter is going to be 96. It'll be 96 on the radio altimeter. Prepare for Cat 2. So, normal minimums. Alright, so normal minimums are 396 feet. So, well, theoretically, it would be regular, but no, I'll continue. I'll continue for well. I'll prepare for Cat 2, but then I'll hope for normal. I'll hope for normal straight-in landing, but this might very well be Cat 2. Alright, in the meantime, I'll throw in flight level 100, and it should automatically descend us. Oh, I did the same thing. I did the same thing. I've even done that on RNAV approaches before. Both ILS approaches, generally, I'll just continue as a Cat 3 until I can see the runway. And then once I can see it, I'll take it over by hand if I need to. Now, if I've planned for a Cat 3, then I won't. But if I haven't, then I've even, I think at Warsaw, I've treated Warsaw as a Cat 3 runway when it's not a Cat 3 runway. I think I did that on the Euro Capitals. Now, hopefully, this will automatically descend us. It should. And then what are we at? Level Charlie Fox. Okay, it'll be 3,000 then. Oh, interesting. In an absolute worst case scenario, you could theoretically just follow the flight directors all the way down and listen to the radio altimeter. Though you shouldn't. Alright, 43. Oh, perfect. Look at that. Begun that descent nearly perfectly. I don't know. I don't think I've ever noticed that. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about now. I think I know what you're talking about. I think I know what you're talking about now.
The flight deck, we've started our descent. Should have you in the ground in about 15 minutes. Want to thank you so much for your company and business, and hope to see you again with us sometime very soon.
I know what you're talking about now. So, when it says Cat 3 when you're on a non-Cat 3 runway, I thought you were talking in terms of like Novgraph. No, I think that's actually a real thing. It'd be hard for me to imagine that it's not a real thing. I think it just means that the aircraft's following the approach below a certain point. I think so. I think so. But I can't, though I don't know. Alright, what's our landing altitude again? It's 150. Right. After this, I'm off to bed because I'm getting tired. No work messages yet. I don't know. That is not my area of expertise. I don't know. That's interesting. That is interesting. Oh, I guess it would make sense though, because theoretically the glide slope doesn't just stop at the ILS intents, right? In theory. Right. So I guess theoretically you only have to pay attention to if it's not a Cat 3 runway. If you have like certain hardware that prevent, or if you're in like a really, really old aircraft, I guess. I guess that would be the reason why. But ILS is by definition a by definition of ILS, it is a precision approach. So maybe. Alright, I'm just gonna take a tad bit of maybe. Wait, what? Why did that disable? Oh, I remember there now. There's a setting somewhere. There's a setting somewhere over here. Oh, that's annoying. There's a setting somewhere over here. Just did it again. Okay, let's enable that setting real quickly. Oh, listen. Right there. I forget where it is. You know, there's a setting somewhere. I forget where it is. And it locks the... No, there's a setting somewhere. In the real world, this is not an issue. I don't know why it's a pre-disabled setting as well. Hardware, maybe. Yeah. Oh, there we go. That'll do it. In the real world, it's not an issue because these things actually do move. But in Sim, it's an issue because they'll model these things moving, but then your physical throttles won't move. It's annoying. Right, and in the buses, it's not an issue because, I mean, it's a bus. You don't move the throttles don't move in the bus. Not unless you're like during taxi or something, but yeah. No, I don't know how much they are, but I'm gonna guess they're too expensive. And plus, I do like these wing ones, or these wing control ones. All right, and again with that's gonna. The trim wheel not. Okay, that's annoying. What keeps happening is I keep wanting to zoom in and out, and then I move the mouse over here, and I accidentally mess with the trim and turns off the autopilot. That's what happens there. Very, very annoying.
1,000 to go.
All right, we're going down to 3,000 next, right? That's correct. $3,000 next, and as we are at 10,000 now, let's get all these lights on. Introducing our speed very, very nicely. There's no CTAF for Gatwick because, well, not that we're communicating anything yet. Anyway, so, I need to reprogram this. I need to reprogram the radio panel. Okay, those cabin sounds are nicer than any other aircraft. Alright, most recent METAR as of 32 minutes ago, 500 broken, visibility 5,000 kilometers, 5,000 meters. Few at 900. QNH is 1025. I can preset that in the meantime. Feels so nice to be back in a unit that actually makes sense. Hectopascals. Feels so nice to be in a unit that actually makes sense. And it's actually more modern than inches of fucking mercury. Oh shit, did I get the ILS automatically? Forgot about this whole part. Did not. 077 degrees. Or put that in. Put that in there. Ouch. Ouch. And what's the ILS frequency going to be? 110.19. This time I'll make sure that this is not wrong. It's not. Okay, I was on VATSIM once, and I had accidentally turned this outer dial to 10. Okay. And I didn't just go through the localizer. I mean, I went through the localizer and then it turned. It was very, very annoying. Fortunately, there's not a controller online. But I've only ever done that in xplane. So hoping it doesn't happen again. Alright, and then I went speed. Oh damn, that's dead on actually. That's dead on. Speed 1.6. That is dead on. Nicely done. And it's 3 knots extra what I need, but still. Alright, we are clear for the approach when the time comes. 077 degrees. On the course. Well, this one is, okay, this is much more complicated than everything else. The 777 though, that's not really complicated. The 777 is, I think James put it in a really good way. The 737 does what you tell it to do. The bus does what you want it to do. But the 777 is right there in the middle, where sometimes it does exactly what you tell it to do, other times it does what you want it to do, which can get annoying, especially for like go rounds, because the go rounds you have to hit the toga buttons twice because it'll do like a weird soft go round. But the 777, you cannot overspeed it unless you were to nosedive with full power and take complete manual control of that stuff. Right. If you were to tell it to 320 knots, when you are at a very high cruising altitude and your max is 280 knots, it will not get to 320 knots. It will not. Rather, this thing will. This rusty 737 will 100% do that. So. With that said, though, if you want to land without the landing gear, the 777 will allow you to do that. So, and a floor won't happen. If you stall the aircraft, it's not gonna save you. So, with that said, though, it's still nice to. The 777 is still by far my favorite. Alright, and we've begun this descent. 20 miles. Alright, what's... I think we need auto brake 2 on this one. Oh, it's saying auto brake 3. Yes and no. The 777 isn't weird. But I'm also the only maniac who loves the 777 as much as... I almost like the 777 as much as this guy. But, not... This guy takes priority. Okay, look at this thing just doing... Look at the VNAV system and this thing working perfectly. I think just recent. Is there a most recent METAR? Oh, great. Why is this thing having it? It's just... Alright, as of 10 minutes ago, UNH now 1024. Okay. KABQ, so that's good news. Surface wind 050 degrees 6. Temperature 12, dew point 09. I almost love the 777 as much as I love this guy right here. That's what I said. Almost. Alright. We're cleared for the approach. We are realigning with the VNAV path. Alright. It's beginning to get a little bumpy. In case of go around, what's the altitude I will need to set? In case of go around, it is climb with the heading of 178 degrees up to 3,000. Alright, lights are all on. Good. I think the frames are beginning to take a bit of a beating. We'll see how bad this is. Turn that back on. Show me some flaps, good. I don't know if I can, 'cause there's an extra API that you need. So I don't know if it's gonna read it. As they might have. Yeah, I think there's extra. I think there's an extra. Or I think there's an extra thing that has to install. But take a look. I have. Why did that do it again? Get the gear down. These things I need the drag.
1,000 to go.
Noted. Good to sing the ILS now. Perfect. Alright, lights are on, engines need to go to continuous. Gears down. Take more flaps. See how bad. Let's see if it actually takes the this time. Oh, perfect. That's looking good. I am curious on how it's going to handle this next bit. Oh, perfect. Alright, what's the final port speed again? Do you want to control the speed a bit better? It'll be 148. It'll be 148. I don't see any reason why we can't reduce it to that now. And we're not on VAT, so we're not being told to maintain speed 160 knots until 40 ME. The DME is very handy to have. Now let's get fully configured. Alright, engines are continuous, good. Landing lights are on, check. Gears down. Can't, because of bugs, we can't, or because things not set up correctly, I can't arm the ground spoilers, so auto brake 3 will work and we'll go reversers. Let's aim for decent landing here. Oh, RAS. We do have a RAS system installed, but it's not set up right now. Alright. Do I see the runway? I do kind of. I'll take it over my hand in a moment. Actually, theoretically in this thing, you're supposed to... Oh, actually I've learned that it's different, actually. So, never mind. Alright. Take this over. Passing 600, I think. A good move. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. My controls. I'm getting some micro stutters. Tad off.
Approaching minimums.
Continue.
Minimum.
Continue. Alright, not horrendous. I think we've, well, and I don't know if I've been on worse, but
We'll be taxiing for the next few minutes.
wow, what just happened with that
Remain seated with your seatbelt
scenery?
fastened and all items stowed until the seatbelt sign is turned off. Please make
Alright, we'll get to
sure
the
you have all your
get to
personal items
one of the
before you
gates, and
exit
then
the
we'll
aircraft.
take a look at that landing.
Rifle window in the overhead compartment. You're now free to use your mobile phones and small lightweight devices.
And there's a little firm, I think,
Flying
but
with us today,
we'll take a look at it
hope you had
in a few moments.
pleasant experience. I look forward to welcoming you again on another flight.
Alright, let's get this APU on. Go off to the aeronaut area. Now we do have a nice replay tool, so we get to see how bad that was. Alright, I'm gonna turn off lights. Oh, okay, wrong lights. Great. Welcome to lovely Gatwick. So we didn't have any crashes, which is good. Albeit it did take an extra minute to get everything back up and running. But with that said, so far I've been happy with this experience. Alright, we'll take 552. Too bad James couldn't be here. Almost. Alright. Parking brake set. Get the APU on. shut those off. Alright. Let's take a look at that landing. View. There is a way to feed this. I forget where. Toggle replay mode. Yaha. Alright, let's take a look here. This is not an add-on, this is just built in. Alright. You can see me roll a bit more. Alright, see how bad this was? I thought it seemed firm. I don't know. We'll find out. It's weird. I guess is when I kind of opted to notice out the aircraft a bit. To get back aligned. Flare. A little early on those reversers. A little early on those, but that's not. But nothing too wrong with that. Just a little early on those reversers. In the touchdown markers? Just after the touchdown markers. And then the rudder to send to get back on the center line. Alright, well that's a pretty good first landing in a while for the an X-plane. That's not bad. There really isn't anything wrong with that. I don't think. I mean, aside from the obvious. So, aside from the reversers going on early, which theoretically the reversers need to be on, or need to remain off until you actually touch down. So, oh wait, that was fast. No, actually no. Is that correct speed? I think it's fine. Alright. Too bad James couldn't see this. Alright, now what about the takeoff? Because you can't actually see the takeoff. Yeah, you still haven't used the reversers. Oh, I use the reversers all the time. I don't do a flight without reversers. Because it does save on brake wear and tear. Alright. Now we can watch the takeoff. Or yeah, we can watch the takeoff now. Now it might take an extra minute for some of the scenery to load in. Because we haven't been over there in a minute, but I think that might count as my first actually not horrendous landing at Gatwick. So, oh, fair. All right, this is taking an extra minute. X-plane, are you doing your job? Oh, fair. Fair. Yeah, sometimes you have to remind it that we're sitting here. Really? We're back at this? Wrong button. I still haven't hooked up the stream deck here. I still haven't relinked it. Or reinstalled the software for it. Come on, xplane. You do your job. And they have a lot to do. Oh wow, perfect. That's perfect. Alright, let's see how close I was to a tail strike on that one. Or not. You can see that I'm kind of speeding down the taxiway. That's what I try to do usually. Though theoretically that is wrong. That's not horrendous, but I mean, can't exactly say that was great either. I mean, that looks close to a tail strike from my point. But then it wasn't, I don't think. No. Okay, not really. That's just the shape of the aircraft. Let's see this one more time. From a different angle. Yeah, for some reason I have a massive fear of tail strikes for some reason. So. That's a cool effect right there. Alright, Joanna. I'm off to bed, I think, because there's been a wild mix bag, whatever, of doing everything for tonight, and it is currently 8:22, which is... Usually I'm actually asleep by now. Even on a very long day, but... You know, before I do that, I'm gonna get a good screenshot of this. But yeah, I'm off to bed now, and I'm gonna enjoy my day off. It's my one day off. So anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I will see you all in the next one, which will probably be tonight, doing what I initially planned for. Anyway, see you all tonight. So long.